I hope you're all having a fantastic day. I know that people keep coming in and seeing things are broken and that some stuff is not working. The scuff command isn't working. RubyCam isn't working. The cafe redeems are not working. Everything else all is not working. But like, I had to set up Final Fantasy X Rando in order to beta test that, and then I had to set up this thing in order to do the randomizer for good. I had to now set up for the randomizer for good marathon for next weekend and everything else all, and redo my overlays, remake some of them because I didn't have the OG files anymore. And it's been a lot of work. And I've been working really hard, so I just want people to understand that I know that things are broken and I know they don't work perfectly or look perfectly, and I'm doing my best. So I hope people can understand that. Content is working, you're good. Oh, you can change the text on screen. Oh, also the info command is wrong. You're right. I didn't do that either. I don't know if it's on the screen at all. Is it cut off for anybody? Is the top of the screen cut off? Can you see the whole screen? Or is it? Oh shoot! Oh heck! No! No! I forgot. Hang on. No. Oh god. Reset. Reset button pressed. Hang on, let me figure out why the screen is cut off for you all, because it shouldn't be. But I also have hotkeys on here, so I was trying to make the screen setting better, and instead I just hang on. Escape. Oh, fastest buttons. I have about like 10,000 buttons I have to turn off, so I'm trying to press them as fast as possible. I promise I am going as quickly as I can. There we go. Okay, we're good. I don't know if you can hear the buttons, but there was like 100 buttons that I needed to turn off, so I just did that real fast. Okay. Oh wow, you have a lot of the screen cut off, way more than I thought you did. Hang on. Filters. Filters. No, you don't have filters there. Then why is it this one? That's not it. That's cropped. What is it this one? No. Where is it cropped? It doesn't say that it's cropped anywhere. Filters. Maybe it's... Oh, there we go. I figured it out. Okay. Okay, is that better? What do you think? Does that work good? Does that look better? Sagu, you were so busy with stream, you crashed the ship? Wait, did the stream crash? No, Samus's ship. Oh, yeah. This is why you don't text and drive spaceships, okay? I mean, would you like this run uploaded as daily or not? Nah. Nah, this can go on the VOD channel. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Also, welcome in Linkshot and Cad. The ratio is off because I'm using the wrong aspect ratio because I had sent a request to the person who had made this overlay, and I said make it a 4x3, and they made it squish. It is not in fact 4x3, it is squish. So it's the aspect ratio is off, but it's been off for years because it's the same. All I did was I copied and pasted the overlay, like I screenshotted the overlay and then just redid it. But yeah. All right, we're gonna start. 4 by squish? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. GBA's in 4x3 though. I think that's the issue. I mean, it's the same. It should be like the same aspect ratio as, or close to the same aspect ratio as the N64. 3x2. Oh, interesting. Okay, we're gonna start. Either way, I don't think it really matters. You can see the game. It doesn't look too bad. So we're gonna begin, okay? 3. Okay, if you are the VOD person, you should be starting the VOD now. So welcome to Metroid Fusion Randomizer. I had, didn't realize that my hotkeys or my buttons were not working properly. So I accidentally started it and then reset. So we haven't done anything. We just loaded in and I have a save file here. So let's begin. We're gonna start. We're gonna need to, I could have just erased the data, but I don't think it matters. Either way, I haven't done anything. You can see here. So we have randomized start places, and we have randomized all of the objectives. So the objectives for this rando is to find infant Metroids. The infant Metroids are located somewhere on bosses. And then we need a couple of other items in order to defeat the SAX and blow up the space station. Okay, that's our goal. There's 6 infant Metroids in the station, and they are hiding at bosses. We have to capture 5 of them in order to lure out the final boss, and then we have to send the space station on a self-destruct sequence. Okay, so the main thing I'm looking for is the Metroids and plasma and missiles and armor upgrades if possible. So yeah, so let's begin. I'm not very good at this whole thing because I'm kind of sick, and I'm practicing for a run that I'm going to be doing in a marathon. So we have randomized the starting location, which means we're right next to the place where we can get our first item, which is not missiles. Oh, space jump. Okay. Yo, Taco, thank you so much for the 75 consecutive streaks. So our door locks are randomized. So we're gonna be running around and looking for things. Okay. Yo, thank you so much for the 84-month resub. All right, so over here, there should be another. Actually, where do I go with space jump? I guess it depends. Can you imagine if it's just like over here, if this door's open? Oh no. Wait. Oh no. Okay, no, because we can't go through there. Okay, no, we're fine. It would be much better if I knew how to space jump properly. So we can't wall jump anymore because we got space jump. I've been playing some different Metroid games recently, and now my timing on this game for the space jump is all off. Go up, please. We could go through up here maybe, but I don't think, yeah. Yo, oh my god, Davos, thank you so much for the raid. We're looking for, wait, is our first thing to save the animals? No. It would be really fitting if it was. Oh my god, it is. Saving animals is our first. Oh, I really wish this was the seed that we were using for... I wish this was the seed we were using for the event. More fall. Okay, we can't actually save the animals yet because we don't have speed booster. But we at least went and got the item from there, so... So now we have more fall that allows us to go this way. Almost best seed. If we had gotten speed booster to start, that would be better. Speed booster and then space jump. Power bomb tank. Okay. So we immediately have power bombs from the start. So we're going back up the way that we came. But this is why I'm practicing, because goodness, I'm gonna need to... Oh, I don't have power bomb data. I can't do that. This is why we're practicing, because Saku brain no worky at the moment. How are you doing, Davos? How was your stream? How was Dragon Quest? Doo-doo. So if we go this way... Look at that. Look at that pro gaming skills. Shooting the thingy. Gonna fight a boss. And we're gonna win. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're leaving. I lied. We don't have missiles. That was a fast 180. Yeah, I realized as soon as I saw the core, I was like, wait, I can't actually kill this boss. All right, how do I want to get there? I guess we go this way and hope for the best. Hope that I have some door locks along the way. Or we could go the other way. I really just want to get through here. All right, that's the red door lock, so we can't actually get in there. So those items are off limits. So this is why we're practicing now. Can you imagine if I had done this during the marathon? I want to learn Ori Rando for our archipelago. It might be a good 40 seed game. Because I've played Ori in the Blind Forest before, so it might actually like take one game off the list of things to play. I keep forgetting that these elevators are not super zoomy. All right, so we're going to sector 1, 3, and 5. Just to see if any of these doors are locked. Okay, all of them are open. Kippa getting a head start on the clips of the day. All right, and okay, so 4 and 6 are locked by green doors. You know, while we're here, we might as well just check and see if there's anything down here blocking us. So those are level 2 door locks. We can't go through them. So far, we're good in sector 2. Let's see how far we can get before we get stuck. All right, so we can't go that way because of yellow doors. We can go that way. But without missiles and without the other thing, it is a little complicated. Oh, go, go. All right, we have power bombs, but we can't use them because we don't have power bomb data. And this is red doors. Okay, so we've seen all 3 door colors now. We saw a blue one at the Ridley area. We saw a red door here. I should like go up to it because I think that puts it on the tracker. Maybe it doesn't. Okay. Well, either way, we can't go in there. Oh God. Whee! We don't have speed and we don't have missiles. Hey, Derek. How are you doing? I see we're on a tropical vacation. We sure are. No, you don't. All right, this one, we can't get in because we don't have bombs. But this door is unlocked. Nice. All right, please give me... Okay, it's an E-tank. Gross. Bum, 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 bum. No! All right, well, that's as far as we can get in here. Because we don't have the ability to get through the under area without using bombs or screw attack. Double health is nice early. Everything does hit like a truck. It's true. Also, welcome in, Lord. Da, 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 da. I don't know that I've said hi to everyone that's come in, but welcome in Cad and Linkshot and Sepium, Taco, Winterscythe, Davos, Talon, Derek, Lord. I appreciate you all being here. Welcome in. So we're going over here and hopefully we find something good. Probably not, knowing my luck. It'll probably, yeah. We found another red door. All right, red door. Red door. More red doors. Any more red doors? Sector 3. Oh, no. Is it wanting me to go through the fire room? Is that what this is gonna do to me? Why is it always this room? No. I need health. Whoa. Professional. Oh, good. Thank goodness. Okay, well, I guess it's not that way. So that's locked by speed booster anyways. Wow, another red door. You can't go that way because we're missing speed booster. No. Ah, you're rude. Rude, rude. Yikes! Ooh, red thing. Come back! No, 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 that's a bad idea now. No, 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 no dying. Oh. Think you need at least a way to kill the enemies? That's fair. Save data. I mean, I need blue door locks in order to go through there anyways. My nose is sniffly. I think the enemies in there only show up though after you unlock a door, but we don't have door or we don't, I mean, maybe. All right, I guess it's in here. Probably on the left side. If I go down. Yeah, it'll be in here. Whatever it is that I need. Wave beam? You? Or is it wide beam? Yeah, it is wave beam. Excuse me? Can I go down? Conveniently, I can get rid of all these enemies. This will hurt really bad if we get to, nope. Sorry, I need to go through here and not panic. I panicked the first time. And there's also an item up here if the door is locked or unlocked. Nope, the door is green. Okay, so we're leaving. I should probably at least see what's over here. Because it's possible that the door lock is, yeah. So we have green and red so far. There's also one yellow door as well that we've found. And it's, okay, well, 2 yellow doors. Such a Canadian thing to say. Trying to kill you? Rude. Oh, the enemies are always in a heated room for consistency? Ah. That makes sense. Like, having a room in a set state means that you're always going to expect the same thing, right? It's semi-stable. Most of the soft locks have been fixed-ish. Yeah, except for they're not available to the general public. So that means that, you know, running on older versions, which I believe I am because I broke my stuff. Yeah, running on older versions kind of heck things up a little bit. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of wave beam being, okay, well there's wide beam. I'm not a fan of wave beam being my first option here. Because I don't really want to go back to my ship and get slapped along the way. Because I'm gonna get hurt. But I have space jump. Ah. And I also have wave beam. So I could go over to this area. Ugh. Don't be silly, Saku. Okay. We can go this way, but also the bees. No, 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 no. This is why I think we had to go over here. It's because there's this auxiliary power station, but I don't want to fight the boss. I just want to get rid of the bees. I don't even know if that gets rid of the bees or if it just makes it. Ah, it does not. Yikes. Oh, I'm so dead. Ah! I think Nitori is the one that gets rid of the bees. I'm going the wrong way. So all games Saku plays have bees. It's just that anything that flies that has like bug-ish appearance becomes bees. Also, I hope you're doing well, Urban Outdoorsman. Does Navroom have anything in the rando? That particular Navroom has a hint, but I'm not at the point where I need a hint. Okay. My button just stopped. My D-pad just was like, nah. So this time we will not go down to the auxiliary. Ba, 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 ba. I saw a YouTube short today about the state of Destiny 2 in like the state of the amount of players for Destiny 2. Ooh. Yo, screw attack. That's gross. I mean, it's good, but also it's gross because that means now the way around is gonna be. Yeah? I haven't seen you play Destiny 2 in months. I have not. I stopped playing Destiny 2. Hello? Why is my button for that not being cooperative? 90% left? There is, are we talking about for in-game items? There is, I think, 100 and something items. What caused the issue? Too much DLC, too fast? Oh, gosh. Oh, wait. It just gave me the charge beam hint, but I didn't see where it was because I wasn't paying attention, which is good because I didn't want to actually know where the charge beam was yet. That's what the nav room does. It gives you the hint for charge beam. Bungie did the typical Bungie thing that they do, and they like give up on a game part way through and do something else. And now the game is basically dead. So I'm going to go this way. Oh wait, no, I can't because I don't have power bombs. There's power bomb stuff along the way. You know, that's one of the things that really irks me about Bungie is Bungie makes like a lot of great games, but they give up on them all the time. It's like Halo. Nope, don't want to do that anymore. We're gonna leave that. We're gonna do something else. And then it's like, oh, we made Destiny 2. Oh, we don't want to do that anymore. So now we're gonna work on Marathon. Yeah, I think we're going to Sector 5 again. Scarth is explaining it, so I don't, yeah. Yeah, I still don't have the ability to use bombs, so, yeah, so DLC on Destiny has been an issue for a while, but I was playing it because my friends kept gifting me the game, like the expansions and stuff like that, in order for me to play, because I was really enjoying it. I really liked it, but I couldn't, you know, afford to constantly pay for the game every couple of months, basically. Well, I say couple of months. It's a lot longer than that, but yeah. Couple of years is more like it, but yeah. Also, Bemek, I hope you're doing well. But that wasn't the problem, even though it was indirectly. Like, it's very much, right, like, Destiny is very much a you have to play with your friends kind of game. Oh, heck, really? It's red? Yeah, Bungie is very, or Destiny 2 is very much a you have to play with your friends kind of thing. Oh my god. Speed booster! So then when it becomes too expensive for everybody to enjoy the game, then that means that you don't get access to half the content because you can't find people to play with that are your friends and stuff like that, right? And yeah, people stop playing the game because of the DLC, constant over monetization, the things in the game where you started, right, you bought the expansion, you got a dungeon, maybe two, all the seasonal content and a raid. But then they started taking items out of the expansion package, right? So that you had to go and buy them separately. So now instead of getting the dungeon, now you have to get the deluxe version, then you get the dungeon, or you can get you have to buy dungeon keys or whatever every expansion. So if there's 3 dungeons, then you have to buy 3 dungeon keys in order to access all the content. And I was doing for my stuff, I played until the end of the story because I wanted to know what the story was going to be like for that. And I think that they knew that a lot of players were going to stop after that story ended, which is why they dragged it on. They added a whole little middle thing. Oh, no, my level 1 door locks. They added in a whole middle expansion in order to kind of milk it for everything. Instead of letting people instead of ending the story, they just threw in a random side quest halfway through as an expansion. I'm going and saving the animals. We're here anyway, so we might as well. Gotta save the Eticoons. But yeah. So that was the monetization stuff, right? The over monetization and whatnot with the player base was already a problem, okay? So there was a few other issues that were also like, so there was like a multitude of things, right? So DLC number 1, the DLC and monetization practices was issue 1. Issue 2 was it was turning into a full-time job. In order for you to get, let's say, I don't know, anything with that particular game, you had to spend hours. You had to spend hours grinding up your item level or light level in terms of the game, right? Over multiple days, over multiple weeks, in order to get the gear requirements in order to be able to do the high-end content, right? So let's say you were limited to, let's say, this is just, I can't remember off the top of my head what the number is, but you were limited to like 6 or something, 6 to 10 random pieces of gear that would increase your light level a week. Obviously, that's not the right number, but I'm just, yeah, off the top of my head trying to think of this. So you've got all this stuff, right, where you have limitations on how much gear you can get. I need to find something for speed booster. I should be going in sector 3. Edge of Fate wasn't a very strong expansion. Okay, it's kind of a common thing. How much equipment you have with no missiles yet? Yeah, this is Screen Attack kind of unlocks a lot of locations, but without being able to unlock doors, I can't really get very far. But yeah, time-gated currency, time-gated, it's well, I would have preferred if it was time-gated currency, but it wasn't even that. It was time-gated equipment, random equipment that you couldn't choose what you got. So you could get really, really unlucky, and all your gear, you had like 6 slots of gear, right? You had arms, legs, 8 pieces of gear. So it was arms, legs, chest piece, helmet, and then you had on the other side, it was like arms, legs, chest piece, helmet, and like your class item, which is normally for specific classes. Like there's Hunter, Titan, Warlock, they're all different. So yeah, you had 8 items that you could randomly get, and all of those, if you got really unlucky, could be in the same slot. Like every single one of your dropped items for the week could be in the same slot, or two. I think it can't be technically. Oh, good. Diffusion's added to missiles that we don't have yet. But yeah, I don't think they can drop in the same slot, but they can drop in like 2 different slots, because some of the events, some of the stuff was weapons, and some of it was like had to be like gear or other things. It really depends on what you were doing, but nevertheless, you could just get unlucky one day, and yeah. Well, we lost our diffusion missiles. Years ago, I did have a really bad run where I got like 5 kinetic weapon drops out of it. That's all 1 slot, right? So I think we lost progress, but I don't know what we lost. Wide beam, wave beam, we lost, diffusion missiles. Ugh. Yeah, it's really hard to like do this and focus on that at the same time. So I'm trying my best to do this and also talk and whatnot. You know what? Maybe we go back to Notori area. But yeah, you could get really unlucky. All your items dropped in the same slot, and basically you wasted your whole week, right? So none of the light level, no matter how much you grind it up, sometimes you could just get hecked by RNGesus and make it so that you didn't make any progress that week. Which is a problem when you're trying to grind for what's called light level, because if you did, because you needed to have a specific light level to do an event or a raid or something like that, then, you know, stuff like that can really hinder your progress. So light level grinding was a problem. So they took it out. Right, they made it so that your light level wouldn't reset because people were upset because they constantly, every season or every expansion, had to grind up their base light level. So they took it out. They did something people liked. And then in this expansion, they put it back in where you have to now like do it differently. So that was like another thing. So there was that. The other thing was like random weapons, right? Oh, there's bombs. Hey, nice. So like random weapons were also a problem. You could go and do events for hours and hours and hours, and the weapons that you got were just garbage because, you know, again, RNGesus hates you kind of thing. So, like, each weapon drops with a specific, tier, like, not tier, a specific list of possible perks on it. So, like, for instance, one would have, like, an increased fire rate, one would do, like, one would have increased range, one would have increased whatever, and there's like a whole bunch of different randomness. So they introduced crafting, so you could craft weapons. Okay, which was massive and huge and everybody loved it. But again, now they're taking that away in the newest, oh, you know what? Actually, we can go up here and grab the level 1 door locks now that we have bombs. But yeah, so they keep adding more and more things to like increase playtime, right? And increase monetization. I'm trying to think of where else we want to go with bombs. Okay, there's that one in sector. Is it 2? Yeah, sector 2. We're gonna go back to sector 2. There's a spot over there I can use bombs with. That's our only blue door right now, and we don't even need to go in there because in this rando that doesn't actually have an item. In the rando, or in Archipelago, it has an item, but not here. Please think of our shareholders. Is it? Yeah, sector 2. Sector 2 is where I want to go. Not to mention the super short time limit. If you want to take part in something like an opening of a new raid, you would need to take the week off before work and only grind Destiny 2 to participate. And again, that's assuming that you happened to get the right drops, right? I ended up doing a day 1 event and I was 1 light level short because I could not get an item for 1 slot to drop to max out my light level. And it hecked me constantly because I didn't, like, I wasn't at the next tier of rewards. So, of, like, damage and whatever else all. It was really frustrating. This is an older version of what AP uses, actually. Yeah, sorry. I know that, but in this version, I don't actually have, like, it's not the same version as AP is what I'm saying. It is the same rando or whatever else all that it uses, but it's an older version. I guess we can go down. Oh gosh. A lot of people eventually started complaining about crafting because it made it where once you had repeated an event, raid story enough times to craft the weapon, there was no longer any gain to running it again. But the flip side of that is that you still needed to be running it after many times, which is a huge time investment to continually not getting an item you want. So yeah, crafting got basically phased out. Existing craftable items can still be made with it, but new items stopped being added as far as I'm aware. Oh yeah, they also made it to where new raids released on Fridays, meaning if you wanted to do a day 1 raid, you need to take time off work. Stuff like what you're talking about with Destiny 2 is why I take multiplayer loot games casually. I loathe doing ball runs in Diablo for hours just to find a decent weapon. Yeah, crafting is a dangerous mechanic for a looter shooter. Yeah, my problem is the like, yeah, this rando specifically, I have a problem because my computer died. So I'm waiting for all my files to come back. High jump, okay. We have space jump, so I mean, I guess we have that it includes spring ball, so before I do anything silly, I want to go back and save, because anytime that I don't save and I warp back to start, I lose whatever I have between when I saved, and I don't want to lose high jump. And to be fair, I didn't have the latest version on my old computer as well. I'm pretty sure it's been updated many times already since. Warping to start only loses progress since your last save, and if you do things smart, then you won't lose much. That's why you just should be saving anytime you might get into a situation where you can't get out of, like this. Can get primal drops in 3 and it's not worth farming then. See, but the thing is like, I disagree that, like, once, I don't know, I feel like I feel like an MMO should always primarily be a multiplayer game, and multiplayer games mean helping out your fellow teammates, helping out your fellow other players, right? Also welcome in Juilliard and Dios and Radley and Mech. I hope you're all doing well. In theory, you should almost never need to do it since soft locks are much more rare in the current, not this version. Yeah. Still can't go that way. Let's think about what we have. We have high jump, we have bombs, but we don't have power bomb data, so we can't use power bombs. We have regular bombs, we have high jump, we have blue doors. We don't have green doors, we have screw attack. What's our next course of, oh, I know. Wait, no. Hang on. Do I know? I feel like it has to be sector 3. Oh, no. We're going into sector 2. No. I know where I need to go. Not this way. Yes, we need to go to where Notori is, but not the way that we normally would. We have to go through the back area. That's why we have space jump. Or we could go through sector 1. Is it? Yeah, sector 1. Always be saving. But yeah, so the multiple issues of loot being random, gear being random, not being able to craft anything, so it becomes then like a full-time job, right? If you want to play the game. So on top of the fact that there's a barrier to entry because it costs so much, then now for people who have full-time jobs already, it becomes even harder for them to be able to play, which then means, again, you're running a situation where you can't get people, your friends, to play with you because, yeah, you've got 10,000... Oh, we can't go down here. No! We don't have missiles. Okay. Yep, back to start. Okay, we'll go through sector 1 then. The most recent expansion also made it to where the fastest but still very slow way to gain power was to repeatedly farm the same couple of pieces of content for weeks at a time. They did the Final Fantasy XIV thing where you like do 2 dungeons and that's it. Forever until you're the maximum level. I've forgotten the missile requirement for sector or for reactor to sector 2 on multiple occasions. I'm just so used to having missiles by now. I'm just surprised I have no ability to damage things with missiles. Like missiles seeds are fascinating. I always forget just how much stuff uses missiles. Hello. There we go. But yeah. So like I said, time and monetization things. So that's the two major things, okay? Then on top of it, the content itself started to drop in quality and quantity. Oh heck, I can't go this way because of the red doors. It started to drop in quality because of the fact that they were doing marathon. All right, where am I going? I can't beat any of the bosses because I don't have that. But I also don't recall there being any blue doors that we could open that were not just like Ridley. Right, because I think sector 3, I got stumped immediately. I mean, maybe at the top. There was a blue door in another sector? Ah, here it is. Man, I even commented on this, the fact that I would need to go through this room. I'm trying to get as much health as possible because it's gonna suck. Keep going. Okay. This is still not missile data. This is just regular missiles. Oh, goodness. Still regular missiles. Still no save room. Yikes. This is so dangerous. Okay. But yeah, the other thing which I also am mad at Bungie for is them cannibalizing Destiny 2 in order to make Marathon. I don't think I'll ever like forgive them for basically killing Destiny 2 for that game. How am I gonna survive this? I don't think we've gotten anything like at all new. I have to be careful though, because once I get down into this watery area, I'm gonna get my butt kicked. Oh my god. Danger, 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 danger. Yeah. I don't know how to get through here, so I guess that's probably not the way we're supposed to go. Path of Exile got a development to make Path of Exile 2 in the last couple of years in a similar move. It was awful. Where to go from here? There might be a blue door over here. Crumble City, your favorite? I mean, we have to get to we can't get through there. Oh, you're just saying for names. Yeah, see, the red door here is preventing us from going this way. I was hoping that would be blue, but no. Alas, still red. Can't go through there. We can't get through the boss. Oh, we can get through the boss room. Oh, yes, we have screw attack now. We can go. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. We have the boss room. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Hey, Will. How you doing? B missile data? No? What? What do you mean you're not missile data? I can't get through here. But yeah, but now Marathon is not getting enough attention, and Destiny is almost dead, and it makes me sad. With no missiles and no power bombs data. No suits. Hey, Seth. How is the most linear Metroid game going? Pretty good, except for the doors are locked and I don't have the keys. So I'm trying to figure out how to get something. Is the one with all the... Yeah, before anybody panics, this is Ridley's room. There's nothing in here. Actually, no, it's not. It's not Ridley's room. Oh, yeah, it is. And there's nothing in there. And there's nothing in here either. See? But I figured I'd show you because people will probably comment because they're used to me playing the Archipelago version. Hey, Rain! So, let's think for a minute. Where can we go from here? We can't go to Sector 4 because there's a door lock, right? The green doors? Yeah. So Sector 4 is locked. Sector 2 has a yellow door lock in, if we go down. Just Froggy in Quarantine Bay, yeah. So if we go down, there's a yellow door to the left, so we can't go through there. And then there's a red door. Oh, hang on. We might be able to... Now that we went into that one room, we have, we actually have bombs. We can't get through Sector 5 because the doors are locked. Oh, wait. I lied. No. Yeah, you're right. I feel like the door's locked on the other side of, what's it called? There's some stuff we could do here now that we have bombs. I'm just trying to kill all these things so they don't eat me. Oh my god, still basic missiles! We can probably go this way. Find a couple things this way. Okay. Hey, Seth. I hope you're doing well. Never mind. Door's locked. The normal experience. Yeah, see yellow doors. And then over here is red door. So both exits from here are hacked. I'm pretty sure that the door that leads from Sector 5 to the next sector at the bottom is also locked. But we will go check. Sector 1 is locked by a door right at the start here. Just showing people. Red door again. So we have multiple red doors that are locked. And then if you look at the map here, across the way, at the top. You know what? I don't remember what that is. I might be able to get in there. I'll just save, just in case. It would help if I actually mark things down on the tracker. I'm not using the tracker for myself. It's more so you can see what I have, but I haven't exactly been marking things down. So, there you go. You can see what I have now. Okay, if we go this way, there might be something. Oh, God. We can't do anything this way because we don't have power bombs. But there might be a door. Yes. All right, give me a door lock or give me missiles. One of the two. If you don't give me either, I'm gonna be grumpy. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Ah, what? Well, this is gonna be a problem. No. What? Uh-oh. I was talking yesterday about how my controller wasn't working properly. Oh, yeah, no. Uh-oh. How do I get this to do this then? No, 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 no. This is not the time for my controller to be breaking. Dual stick? No. It's my SNES controller. My D-pad on it is getting old and yeah. Oh no, this is not the time. Like, it's working, but it's obviously not 100%. You got a box of cheap ones because Super Metroid destroys them? Okay. Maybe, hang on, is there a way to like reprogram this in a different way? This is silly if this is what I have to do. Oh no, that's not gonna work either. Oh my god, I'm literally not able to do this because I can't press the down button at the same time. Yeah, uh-oh. Well, what the heck do I do now? If I can't do the down button, because the down, because the middle of the down, hang on. Maybe if I do this. No, that's not gonna work either. What's wrong? Why is this not working? Bind down to L? Well, L is my aim button. So we'll just use aim with that. Oh God! Ah! Now I pressed the aim button! And yeah, okay. Oh my gosh, Kitty Cat, thank you so much for the raid! Oh my goodness. This is the most, like, ridiculous way I'm having to play this game. Yo, thank you so much for the raid! X and Y should be blank. Oh, yes, you're right. Hang on, you're right. We gotta put this back. And I'm gonna need to take apart my controller. Like, can we just have one day where the stuff doesn't break, where something doesn't break, please? I would like one day. One day. All right. X is the down button. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, well, green doors it is. Also, hey Squid, welcome in. Controllers issues are the worst because when they happen enough during a particular game. Well, and honestly, like, Metroid games are really bad for that because of how like abusive they are to streamers or to players. Let's go to sector 5 or sector whatever the other ones are. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, this might be good for sector 4, depending upon the door locks that we have for there. Oh wait, oh no, sector 1 is red. Yeah, thank you so much again for the raid. How's stuff for Randomizer for good? How's the stuff been going? Do do do. Eat the damage. Eat the damage. Oh, eating. Oh God, I forgot what the button is. Down. That is X. Oh, hang on. Oh my goodness. It'll be that Sunday that you're taking off for personal stuff. See it a bit with Hollow Knight as well, where the controller gets blamed and I can't tell if it's actually the controller or if the person doesn't feel like the character is responding properly, but the inputs match what happened. It was fun, played some... Oh, what's Hirokato tonight, which is a refreshing change since it was usually not much of a high-speed platforming person. Or you're not... Oh, man. Platforming is my kryptonite. I'm so bad at platforming. We don't have red door locks. Like, so bad at platforming. What do you think is like the hardest platforming game that you've done? But the premise is that you're an adorable kitty delivering food. Oh, that sounds amazing. I love it already. I do feel like there's always like input delay too with games sometimes, right? That you're just like, hey, what happened? I definitely put an input here and it just went away. Not now, but like I've had situations where that has happened. Yo! Can I have? Or is door locked? It's not locked. Yo. Mega Man? I think I haven't, oh God, this is gonna be impossible. I'm having to learn a new controller. But my muscle memory is like absolutely hecked. There we go. I like it when the movement feels good, but if it doesn't feel smooth and intuitive, it tends to be difficult to get to where it's fun when it comes to platformers. I have, I think the hardest platformer game that I've played is Super Mario Brothers 3. Which probably sounds goofy. Hey Nick, welcome in. You gave Celeste? I didn't consider Celeste for what I was talking about, mostly because like I'm not saying Celeste isn't a hard platformer, but like for me, the infinite lives and infinite tries made it less of a problem. But and like the fact that it restarts you at the room, yeah, is okay, but then there's other games where you just have to start the whole level all over again. Now I can't remember which doors were what color. You really like Super Mario Brothers 3? I'm not saying that it was a bad game. I'm just saying that I couldn't get through it because it was hard. Super Meat Boy is the toughest platformer I've beaten. Oh man, I think, isn't Super Meat Boy considered like a rage game? I watched a Strawberry Jam run because 2 of my friends contributed to it, but there's no way my brain is wired to do that game. Yeah. I don't have ice. Oh wait, I do. Oh, but I don't have missiles. Okay, well that's good to know that that's there. I'm actually gonna check What's down here? Because I want to see. Wait, what? How come I can't see? I should just be able to shoot the wall and at least see the item. I did not pay attention and got slapped by a bug. NES Ninja Gaiden impossible for you? I think I played a little bit of Ninja Gaiden in a... What's it called? I did like a NES roulette where we randomly played some games for a specific amount of time. I can't remember. I can't remember where it ended up being. Like when it ended up being. I'm pretty sure that was like, not where, but like when I did it. I'm pretty sure that I did Ninja Gaiden for it, but I don't know. Fogs probably has a better handle on that. Shuffler? No, not a shuffler. A roulette. So a roulette for me was like, I just play random NES games for 15 minutes, and then people could donate to extend the time on each of those games. But I'm pretty sure that we had Ninja Gaiden in there. Also, welcome in, Sylvanas. In controller config for BizHawk, if you turn on auto tab at the bottom, you can bind both the D-pad and the X button as down inputs. Oh, I was shooting a bit low to reveal the item. Oh, darn. Okay. It was in the NES Shuffler. Yeah, I don't do shufflers with games that I've not finished. This is an exit. I definitely don't want to be going to any of the bosses because I can't kill anything right now. R4G is Randomizer for Good. It is a marathon run that is happening on Saturday. It's already started for like some people. Some people have that they're doing runs on their channel. So let's say, oh goodness, I can't go up here. Yeah, sorry. Some people have runs on their own channel where they'll play and raise money during this week. But the actual like full marathon starts on Saturday. Do we can somebody do a shout out for the channel? Oh yeah, this is the missile. This is the missile room. Bam, 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 bam. Thank you. So we still can't use power bombs, so we can't go down here. We could probably go the other way though, but I thought that we were locked going this way too. Oh no, green door. Perfect. Yeah, of course. Thank you again so much for all you do. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, we did it! We finally got missile data! We can beat bosses! Oh my god. We gaming now. Ooh! Having that on that spot. Oh, E-tank. There we go. Oh yeah, I was definitely shooting way too low. Okay, you said, is this a blind first playthrough charity speedrun? No. No. If you're talking about for me, no. It's, see, this is a door lock, rando, so all of the doors are shuffled. So I can't tell what the door access is. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to get my controller working in a way that I want to. Disable, multiply. Okay, yes. Okay, so down, we want this and this. There we go. So now it should work for both. So I'll just use the one for speed booster and the other one for, there we go. But yeah, so like, oh God. So the reason why, and also it's a derust. The reason why I'm taking so long to do things is yes, I do know where I'm going half the time, but also the other half of the time, the door locks are random, so I go through, and because this is normally not a yellow door, I can't finish this area. So, yeah. And there's power bombs the other way, so hopefully there's a green door at the bottom here. Like right at the bottom. Oh, blue door is good too. Rude. Please don't be yellow or red. How do I upload comments to a live stream? What do you mean upload comments? You mean talk in the chat? Yeah, I don't think there's any way we can get over there without power bombs. So yeah, there's, so that's maybe no. Oh yeah, this door, power bombs and yellow doors. So one of those two will unlock that boss, and I just fell. Where's the save room here? I can't get to that one. Can I get to the bottom one actually? Yes, door is unlocked. Save complete. Warp back to start. So now we're back at the beginning and we have missiles. So we can access more. We might get, you know, one of the things is that there is the ability now to go this way. Whoop. Watch it be door locks at the bottom here that's like I can't leave. Missile tank. Missile tank. Do we have a save? Okay, we have save doors open, thankfully. Oh god. Goodbye. Let's go do this. So last time we came here, we didn't have missiles, so we couldn't do this. Power bomb, still not power bomb data. I don't actually know which is like stronger. If it's missiles or not on this guy. Power bomb tank. Weak to screw attack? Yes, you know what? You're right. I've done that before, but I forgot. We're looking, so we need to kill bosses in order to access, what's it called? Infant Metroids. The bosses will have infant Metroids, and we need 5 of them in order to beat the game, and also plasma. I'm trying to remember what color was the door for, what color was the door for Sector 4? What is it, Metroid? It is an alien life form that sucks the energy out of anything that it touches. So Sector 1 is locked by level 4 keys. Sector 5 has a door lock, and I don't remember. Sector 5 has a couple of door locks, but what I'm more interested in is Sector 5 does have an area that I might be able to get to if I do cold run. But I'm not sure that I can. Because I think there's like immediate speed booster blocks. Is this red? Darn. It's always red! Red or yellow? Okay. That was where I got speed booster. Green! Yes, yes, yes. Alright, so here we go. E-tank! E-tank! Let's just get all the energy so we can just do this frozen run. I'm going up here because I want to make sure that I'm saving. In case I die, I don't want to have to do that again. Especially because my, you know, down button is not working properly. Rude. Got this. Got that. Because I took some damage. Ah, it's yellow. I knew it. I knew it would be a different color. All right, so red and yellow required for this area to leave. So red for sector 1, red and yellow for sector 5. I'm pretty sure yellow and red for sector 2. But there could be something in sector 2 that allows me to maybe get... no, I can't get that way. Is there a door? I'm gonna go back into sector 2 again. Just, that's not sector 2. Okay, well, I'm in sector 3 now, so we'll just be in here for a bit. I guess we'll go the long way for things. No, 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 no. So we have green door. And I can't remember which door color is over here. Red. Okay, so red's there. No, thank you. I could just screw attack that guy. Oh god, no! I also have wave beam. What am I doing? Hello, I'm a professional speedrunner and I have no idea what I'm doing. Back here we go! We'll fight Yakuza. No, I'm just kidding, please no. Or Yakuza. We have missiles now, so we technically could if I wanted to, but I don't. We're going back to sector 3. You might be like, but were you just there? Yes. Yes, I was. But I didn't go the right way because I wanted to check the other door. So we're going to sector 3 and then we're going through sector 3 to sector 5. And then when we're in there, we're going to have screw attack and we're going to have whatever the other thing is. Screw attack and gravity. And then we better get ourselves a red door key. Oh my god. I should save there. That way I don't have to reset back to the start. Do you know this song that goes do 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 do? Yeah, I know that one. I don't remember what it's called though. Danger, 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 danger. Oh yeah, we died. So we lost our progress here. Oh heck. It's specifically my right stick that's the, or my right direction that's the problem. That's messing with things. I don't know what it is. Save bet, Darude Sandstorm is the song they're looking for. What? Darude Sandstorm? I've never heard that before, ever. That can't be it. Oh, are we doing more of this MF rando? We sure are. Except for I'm having problems because my controller is dying. Or something is wrong with it connecting to my computer. Samus L. Jackson. You know what? I bet the song that they're thinking of was Hamster Dance. Yep, that's it. Now you all have it stuck in your head. Give me! Get now! I want this! I want this! Badly! No! Okay, fine, I'll leave! But I want it! I probably could if I just farm up some health. I just need to, yeah? Just need to get rid of all of these enemies, eat them for breakfast with screw attack. Do it again. Oh, rude. Hello? D-pad, please. I literally just stood there because I couldn't press the D-pad. Or, well, I was pressing the D-pad, but, like, it was just not doing it. Oh, my God. Hey, Polly! How you doing? I heck it. We're gonna go in here. We're gonna hope that there's an E-tank so that I can get some more health. Nope. Not an E-tank. I want some health. I keep sticking my face in these enemies. Potato. I do like potatoes. MF means most fun. Yep. Bam, bam. Or it could be the saxophone guy song. Yeah. There we go. Now we're here. Ah! Got it! Super missiles! Well, bam! I'm a gamer. I want that. Soup acquired. Ouch. Come back here. So this is probably how I'm gonna have to get to Sector 4. I don't want to fight Nightmare without Varia. I know that Varia doesn't do much, but I'm pretty sure that there's at least some damage reduction. Maybe not. Just want to see what's in here, but instead there's like 10,000 enemies shooting at me. Ah, missiles. Could be the one that plays to the Forever Spinning Kid, Shooting Stars. Do, 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 Do do. Have you ever listened to the full song with that saxophone? No. Oh yeah, you know what? I keep forgetting I have to do that right at the top, and I don't think I have the ability to do that. Yeah. I can't get in there like that. And this doesn't screw attack. I guess we can save. So we have made progress. Yo, have a good night, Brinko. I don't want to fight Nightmare. But also, I want to know what's above Nightmare. Five E-tanks? Oh, 6 E-tanks? This is a mistake. This is Saku making a mistake. I hope you're all ready to watch me die. High jump is hard. Come on. I'm gonna die. Oh! No! It was too high. Grumble, grumble, grumble. We got charge? No, but we don't need charge. All right. Now it's third phase, where we collect all of the health and the missiles. Because this guy doesn't give us full health and everything else all back afterwards. But with screw attack, this boss is kind of a joke once you get to this phase. Because we just eat all of his health. Give me. Thank you. I don't know how to do the double, so if anybody's wondering why I'm not doing the double, it's because I don't know how. I don't know how to set it up. I know how it works. I know that you have to like hit, like shoot and then jump. But like, or jump and then shoot, or shoot and then jump and then shoot again. I don't exactly know the specifics. I just know that it exists. Yeah, there we go. I was promised dying? Yeah, honestly, it's kind of weird, isn't it? No! Hey, Winter. I've tried before and there's something, and it's like there's something I'm missing about falling while shooting. It's like you have to like, yeah. I don't really understand it fully, but yeah. Thank you so much. Gigantify buttons. Wait, why buttons? No buttons. The basic idea of a double. Get the core into a wide overhead swing and then fire the two missiles in a manner that both impact the side of the core hitbox. Oh my god, Maid! Thank you so much for the 100. Wait, what? That was way more than 100. What? What? Oh my god, Maid! I read that and I was like, oh my god, thank you so much for the 100. And then I did a double take. Oh my god. Thank you so much for helping me fix my computer hard drive. I really appreciate it. And not only that, but that also funded the ability to get the hard drive for the other one replaced, the G drive. The Fox, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maid, and everybody else who donated to help me fix my hard drive. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some love and hype in the chat? I think that command might work. !! love hype, or you just spam your favorite love or heart or hype emotes. That would be amazing. Thank you so much. Oh heck. Yeah, thank you so much. Hey, we'll be able to do, oh my gosh, we'll be able to do first playthroughs again soon. Oh no, another red door. Soon, TM. Yep. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I'm just so, my brain, I know that, like, oh my gosh. I can't believe I misread that too at the beginning. I feel so goofy. Pasher, thank you so much for the 97 months. Oh, happy birthday, Pasher. I hope you're doing well. How goes your stuff? How goes your birthday? Did you have cake? Did you have cake? Cake is a requirement. Non-negotiable. I wasn't paying attention. My brain has stopped functioning. I'm just so overwhelmed. Like the cake is alive. I'm just so overwhelmed right now. My emotions are just like all over the place. Thank you so much. Oh. You did have pie. Oh my god! Oh my god! What is happening? We got the level 4 key locks. Oh my god, maid. I can't believe you. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. I'm gonna get hacked by this guy. Oh god! So I could find her lockpick. Taco's brain stopped working. I can't believe. I just can't believe. Hey, Kimpa. Welcome back. Been working on repairing your old GBA and Pokemon Crystal cartridge. I got the GBA working, but Pokemon has been very difficult to get working. What's wrong with it? Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. How was your cross keys race? I don't know what kind of door this is going to be to get out of. Okay, good. It's normal. Plasma! Oh my god, what is happening? Everything is here! Relative of mine spilled Pepsi all over it 20 years ago. Oh no. It was fun. I'm still behind much of the field. I mean, that's honestly, like, I feel like anybody who's willing to race in general, like, that's still a huge accomplishment. The fact that you completed a seed, there's a lot of people who just give up, right? Like, but the fact that, like, people, or the fact that you continue to play, means that you're gonna just improve naturally by just playing. I know it might not necessarily feel the greatest if you don't win, but the accomplishment of actually having completed it is also huge and shouldn't be underestimated or undervalued. Yeah, being able to race and compete is something next level to me. I play casual. The amount of people that race randos and stuff like that now is like, I can't like, I do soccer racing league, but I can't like do it seriously like other people. I'm just not good enough. I would be at the back of the pack if I did. And I'm a decently skilled player. But that just shows you like how high the ceiling, or how high the thing is, right? Like, the skill level of everybody is really high. Oh, I forgot. I can't do it like that. There we go. Oh. Look at the pose that Samus was in was funny there. Oh wait, I can go this way. Pepsi all over a cartridge is not good. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that, but I'm just like thinking about it. My brain. Wait, hang on. Can I go? Ooh. I'm gonna go down here because I don't actually know what the door is, and it's possible that it leads me somewhere that I can get. Yes. Oh, yellow doors. Ah, both of them are yellow doors. Okay, boo. I'm having fun meeting people and unraveling seeds and logic changes and seeing what different things can do between seeds and between modes. How much rando have you played before, like for A Link to the Past? Oh man, look at this plasma though. Wait. No, we still don't have power bomb data, so we can't go that way. I think red doors are at the bottom here, but it might be yellow doors. So I hope it's red doors. Door lock rando strikes again. Yep. I love door lock rando. I wish that I had the current version of door lock rando, so I could test it out. I've been playing it a lot, and I feel like I'm decently good at the game. Like, am I perfect? No. And I have a bit of a memory problem, but I also am able to figure out when there's issues. And also break things. Ah, darn it, it is a yellow door. I wonder if it's a yellow door going down the other way too, because I can't remember what that one was. No, it's not, Lord. Was this red? Oh, this is the wrong way. Hang on. As soon as I went through the door, I was like, wait, this is the wrong door. It's this one. Yellow, 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 yellow everywhere. Do I have enough missiles to fight Nettori? Maybe, if I don't let them get eaten. Do I want to fight Nettori? No. But we're going to, because I want to get rid of these stupid things on the ground. Gotta get rid of all these vines. Oh no! Gotta wait for the things to go by. Because I can't afford to lose any of my missiles. Oh, God. I'm getting all my missiles back. Excuse me. Well, 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 missile tank capacity. Can't afford to lose any of my missiles, she says, clearing the boss with 45 missiles to spare because her aim is just that good. Well, that was not because of my aim. That was just because I was patient. We will rock you. I got hacked. I got hacked. Goodbye. Please tell me that I can go down now this way. No, because there's power bombs. Ah. Okay. Wait, maybe we can go this way now? Wait, hang on. No, it's yellow doors. Ah! That's fine. Yellow doors, yellow doors, yellow doors. How do I get in through that? Let's see. Sector 2 is gonna be Sector 1. We can go into Sector 1 now! Save, 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 save. Save, save, save. Hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Save, save, save. Save, warp, go to Sector 1. We have not touched Sector 1, and there is stuff. If I walk through the red door and there's a yellow door on the inside of Sector 1, I'm gonna lose my mind, okay? Just letting you know. You know what? Dory didn't give me any Metroid, baby Metroids. She also knows how to rock. Listen, it was just funny because the reason why I know that boss fight is because like I shoot the boss to the beat of that song, We Will Rock You. The one boss I can't do like that though, that's Yakuza. I'm really bad at Yakuza. Yeah, we did that one already. Yeah, because that isn't an easy fight, to be honest. Or to be perfectly fair, yeah. I'm like, I don't know what TBPF is. But I figured it out. Yeah, it's the pattern. But the thing is, I could practice it, right? Like, I could practice it, but I'm not very reliable with practicing because I like to play rando more than I like to practice rando. Well, we haven't found a yellow door yet, so we're looking good. Green door. Green door. If we go up here, there's an item. Not only is there an item here, but I think we can also go through this wall. And there's a item on the other side of this wall too. which this one leads to a yellow door, so we could not, yeah, we can't leave here, but we can at least get these items. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Yo, have a good night, Soren. It was so nice to see you. I hope you have a good night. Why am I doing that? I could just screw attack it. No! I can't believe you, game! How dare you? You know, it's so funny because I put the fox on the screen so tiny because I was like, no buttons. and then there was buttons. Actually, let's go down the other way. I'm like, nobody's gonna see it. Nobody's gonna see it. It blends in with the background. The text is small. Probably was even worse because of that, for people to read, because it blends in with the background. Watch this be like yellow doors again. Oh, thank God, it's green. Blue doors! Why am I feel like a brick falling. I just fall so fast. I wonder how fast a brick falls. Like, I know that there's like mathematics and everything else involved in that. Like physics and everything else, but like, I can't help but thinking about it sometimes. If science didn't involve math, I would love science more than I do. There we go. Oh, you know what'd be cool? Is if they randomize ledge grab. You know what? This is why they don't let me decide things. Because I would be like, hey, let's make this really rough for everybody. Hello. Hey! An infant Metroid is found. We have bomb, we have this guy, we got this guy, we got this guy. Okay, cool. And math is, yeah, math is too sexy. That's what's it said? Not tenor, but the other one. The GIF company. Giphy? No. So I was just repeating what they said. Maybe it's not Giphy. What's the other one? There's another one. The one that they no longer work with, that Discord no longer works with now. Oh my god. Me when I suggest age-specific ocarinas. Oh my god, that would be amazing! I love that idea. Let's do it. Yep, I'm in. I'll sign your petition. River, thank you so much for the raid. Gotta raid and run. Take care. Bam, 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 bam. Try not to get banned tonight. What? What is this? Why are you trying not to get banned? Why is River trying to not to get banned? Banned? Why? Why are we getting banned? Look at all these things I got. Look at all these save points I'm not going to. You know what I'm not getting? My door locks. Or charge beam. You know, there was a hint for charge beam, but I didn't look at it because I don't do that. Yeah. Because I typically just avoid hints in this game. Because there's just not enough locations to, like, actually feel like hints are super necessary, if that makes sense. What? Red door at the bottom. No, yellow door at the next room. Heck me. Game's rude. Lemon flavored doors. Oh man. I would be banned if it was lemon flavored doors and I was no longer allergic. From being anywhere near the doors. Game not that big can be about a 2-hour scene if you aren't getting door locked. Yeah, exactly. Like, now we have red doors, so like pretty much a lot of the game is open. Yeah, I was going to sector 4 and I lost my ability to read apparently along the way. Hello, can we go? I would eat the doors if doors were flavored. That not would. But yeah. Also, I need to not be allergic, which I'm not now. But yeah. You know, I still have to get the courage to eat lemons now. Bow, 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 bow. Can I get power bomb data, please? I keep seeing power bombs and I'm like, okay, well, this would be really nice if I had the ability to actually like get power bombs or use power bombs, sorry. By the time I get power bombs, I'm gonna have like 40 of them. If you want to, L0 are coconut. L1 are blue raspberry. L2 are lime. L3 are lemon, and L4 are cherry. What do you think of cherry Twizzlers? For those of you who are big cherry fans, like, do you think it's actually like that cherry Twizzlers are actually like cherry flavored, or you think they just taste like candy? Oh my god, powerbomb data, let's go! I have 70. That's way more than 40. But to be fair, I upped the amount of power bombs that I get, so yeah. It definitely tastes more like candy than cherry, yeah. They're cherry enough. Sorry. I had to sneeze. I'm allergic to fun and I'm having too much fun. No, I'm just kidding. You're cherry-ish. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they taste like cherry. But I don't know what they taste like other than cherry. So it's hard to say, right? I don't know. There's bunny Twizzlers right now. I don't know if anybody's had any, but they're like really soft. And it's very interesting. No! Come on! Really? Twizzler's favorite, like bunny? No, shaped like bunnies. They're not really even shaped like bunnies either. Like they have a bunny outline. Sorry, I'm thirsty, so I'm having some Madrinas. This game is mean. Can't get those, can't get that. Well, I can now because I got powerbomb data. Ba, 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 ba. A bunny outline like they draw on the ground at crime scenes. That's messed up. It's true. Twizzlers ruined Easter. No more Easter bunny. I keep trying to... Oh my god. Do that. 69. I got 69 power bombs. Nice. 68 now. All right, so we're gonna go in here. We did have diffusion missiles that we went and found earlier, and then we died. And now I don't remember where they were. So it's like, oh, where were they? I'm almost out of drink. Level 2 security in sector 3. Yes, you're right. Sector 3, okay. I should probably get them just in case I need them for like movement. But all right, let's go through sector 6. See how far we get in here before we get locked. Come on, go through the door. You're a big girl, Samus. You can do it. I believe in you. Ba 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 ba. Watch it be yellow. Just to heck with me right through this door. Oh yeah, I don't have Varia. Oh god, I don't have Varia. Oh no, it hurts. This is gonna be real bad. Ow, 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 ow. No! Go! Go! Give me health! Go away. Nobly. Missile tank capacity increased. Oh my god. Well, I'm getting 2 of these at least. I don't remember which one of these are rude. I think it's this one. Yep. No. Don't even think about it. Nope. No, no, no. Ow. I need health. Oh, yes. So much health. If I just don't, you know, heck myself. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. I just might need to quickly get some backup health in here. I gotta sneeze. That was definitely a "this is fine" sound, yes? Yeah, oh yeah. I never panic. What are you talking about? No, never panic whatsoever. Yep. It's always calm. No, I failed. I got eaten, or I ate it, or whatever else. I got hit and it hurt. Smooth and Zen. That's my yep, that's my yes. That's my motto. Smooth and Zen. Or my garage band name. Yep. Frozen from the inside out, as Adam would say. I'm gonna get hurt. I don't have charge beam! I'm dead. Can we just hit you with power bombs? Nope. Can you come up here? I need to die. Oh wait, hang on. You need to hit me. I don't want to go all the way back to the beginning because I don't have a full way to get here nicely again. You know what? Hang on. Do I even... Is this even... Like, what else are my options here? I can't go the other way. Well, maybe. Yeah, no, I need to die. Yeah. Man, I have so much defense against this guy. Also, welcome in Telson and River and Astra and Vulagen. I appreciate you all coming in and joining us for, yikes, this Metroid version. Rando, ow, ow, oh my god. No! Smooth and zen. Nope. Why? No! 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 You all are mean! Okay, maybe there's health we can get in here. Okay, we just get this one itty bitty piece of health at a time, and then we can just face tank all the freeze. Is there a blue jello? Like, I normally don't like have jello because of, you know, being allergic for so long. But like, is there a blue one? I know there's green. And I know there's red. I don't think there's yellow jello either. Purple jello, there's gotta be purple jello because it's grape. I wonder if grape jello tastes like jello or grape. Berry blue flavor, which, whatever that means. Just think about it. You had to go under 3 hours to see Samus in that outfit, but somehow we're seeing it often. I used to eat the blue when I was a kid because I'm allergic to red dye. Oh, no. There's so much stuff that red dye is in. I'm just gonna get max health and then I'm gonna save so that I can hopefully face tank my way all the way up. Blue raspberry is normally the flavor. I can do an HP count real quick, actually. I'm getting 10 HP at a time. This is taking 10,000 years. Is there more dudes up here? Can I? Oh, yes. Much better. You can make it up? Okay. No. We save? Just in case we die. Oh, heck. Oh, heck. Go away! No! No! Oh my god! No. Okay, go, 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 go. It's fine. It's fine. No! Yikes! Oh my god! You just quickly go in here and then back out here and then go in here and then back. We're just gonna quickly grab some health real fast. For no reason in particular. Yikes. Ugh. Their save point is so far away. I have to keep farming health because otherwise I'll die. Bam, 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 bam. Is it all they're giving is 10 health? Your mom makes almond jelly by taking up warm milk and almond essence. Oh, that sounds really interesting. Yellow X's are 10. Energy? Yeah, okay. So it's like 40 each time we go into this room. There's a whole lot of blue X parasites over here. So I need to be careful because they're gonna hurt me real bad. Blue Ice X are 69 damage each? Nice. Keep going. Also, if you all haven't already, I have a cool Discord. If you want to, you know, maybe consider joining, hanging out with us. We talk about things like video games and randomizers and music and movies and other things like that. Hang out. Right now, we're in the middle of trying to get our record, or increase our record of longest voice chat that we have been in. We've been doing really good at it. We passed 666 hours the other day. Now we're working our way to 777. All right, do you think this will be good enough? I hope so. I'm nervous. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... What? I thought that I hit it, but I didn't. No! Oh, God! No! All that for a yellow door? Ah! Crying. Losing my mind. Don't screw attack any blocks. This goes to a place we've already been. And this goes... I don't even think about it. What are we doing here? Oh, it's this place. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since we've been here. All right, what are we at? I think we're good. No, we can't because it's still ice. Where's Varia? How have we been hecked by Varia? You know, maybe Varia is at Yakuza. Maybe we'll go fight Yakuza and make poor life choices. let's do it. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, but I thought that I'm pretty sure that I turned off hot or cold rooms or whatever else all, but it still seems to be making me do them, so I don't think turning it off actually does anything. I need to get some health. So there's a recharge room that I passed and I should have grabbed that. Oh, we can grab, actually, no. We can just grab stuff at the ship. Wait. Oh God, I forgot about these guys. All right, if we go this way, then hopefully we get something good, like Varia. Or more missiles, so that we can go fight Yakuza. Rude. So we're going this way, but then there's a ship over here. Out of logic behavior is permitted even within disabled logic. Intended? No. Feasible? Yes. There's also a chance that with this being an old build has unforeseen consequences when paired with their lockbinder. Yeah. I mean, oh, hang on. No, I didn't want... I wanted to save. I didn't want you to hear the thing again. Oh my God. I wasn't paying attention because I was reading chat. Did it save? I hope so. Wait, where's my... Do you not refill my stuff? I have more than... Oh, wait, no. I can't read. Ignore me. I now understand what it is that I'm... Yeah. I thought that it hadn't refilled my missiles because I was looking at 75 power bombs. And I just realized that that is, in fact, not my missiles. Look at how pretty the reactor core looks. We could just get the charge beam hint now. Where is it? Sector 2. Heck. All right, here comes boss. Don't even think about it. I'm not even going to be on the ground because I know that you're mean. Rude. Yeah. No! No! Go away! Oh my God! That's a huge problem. No, 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 no. Okay. Oh, heck. Okay, so me not being able to press my right and left D buttons really well is not ideal. Rude. Oh, man. Oh, that was not the right way. Go, go, go. All I need to do is get him to the next phase, and then it's free. Do you mind? There we go. So if you're near the reactor and there's a spider there, would it be a radioactive spider? I think so. So if it bites Samus, would she get more powerful? Yep. It means instantly turned into Spider Woman. I'm just gonna grab some health. Well, I whiffed. Can we please? I just want this. Never mind, I'll take all these because I'm greedy. Are ya? Okay. It's interesting that the music plays that plays for Ceres and Yakuza sound like dance music because they're so fast. You gotta dance to fast music. Look, no bees! So we go up here, we can go back to Sector 2, which is where our charge beam is. We also need to fight the alien carrot. Rude. Zazabi, yeah? Watch it be yellow. Nope. Your beloved? Oh no. Well, I've got bad news for your beloved. Can you imagine if Charge Beam is in that speed booster room? Oh god. Why should be yellow door over here too, just to heck with me? I finally get power bombs and then it's gonna be nope. Nope. Gotta get yellow doors. Oh, TM. Okay. Blue door. I always thought it was funny that you can fight this boss without bombs. All right, big jump, little jump, big jump, big jump. Okay, big jump, little jump. Okay, well, I couldn't move, so now I'm glad I have bombs. Well, heck. I have super missiles. These shouldn't actually, this fight shouldn't actually, like, be that bad. Little jump. This is always little jump now? No. This guy's gonna die real fast. Yo! 2 more needed. All right. Will we cry? Yes, because this is gonna be awful with my broken controller. Okay. Ah! Grab this while we're here. So instead of a carrot, I see an upside down jumping pitcher plant. What's a pitcher plant? Okay, it's garbage anyways, but I'm still gonna grab it. Because I need to practice. I need to practice because of this thing on the weekend. I'm losing my mind. A plant that catches bugs with its nectar. Think of Victory Bell from Pokemon. Ah. Okay, I know that there's a way to like come down fast, but I'm not very good at it. So I tried to see if I could time it better, but I don't. Good work, thank you. Trying to think, we can't go that way. Maybe we can go the other way. I don't know if the top one is yellow. Oh yeah, the top one is yellow doors. The bottom left one is yellow door at the bottom, but it might not be. It might not be yellow door at the top. But even if it's not, I don't think we can save once we get in there because we can't leave going up because there's a crumble block along the way. I think. There might not be. You know, let's try. Let's try going back. The quick fall spark for lower Zasby item is top level gameplay tech, if I recall. Yeah, I figured it was, but I'm not top level. I'm barely base level. Okay, we're gonna save because I don't want to have to go around and lose everything. Bye, bees! Guess who's not marking things on her tracker again? Although it doesn't really matter because like, it doesn't matter for me. It does matter for, I think I marked down the wrong suit. This one? There we go. Plasma. It matters so that other people can see what we've done or what we've gotten. Somehow I just never, like, I don't have map or anything else so that's using this. It's more just, yeah, so people can see what I've gotten and what I haven't. The key hunters are also your beloved? They're a beloved pain in my butt. That's what they are for me. Mean bees. You really like Fusion? I do too. Okay, it was yellow doors. I wondered if it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. So yellow, everything in Sector 2 is all yellow doors. Sector 2 is all yellow. So we're going to Sector 4 now. Is it from Kingdom Hearts? It's not. Trying to think of what song it would be that's not Kingdom Hearts. Because I think of Dearly Beloved the minute that I hear My Beloved. I would be surprised if you know it. Why? You think I'm not hang on, varietied enough to know of the Horse Girl anime? You know what? I in fact do not know it. But yeah. But that is because I have not, in fact, seen the anime. Because yeah. Wait, no, because if I had come in here and that door was red. When did I get red doors? Sorry, I'm thinking. Three to Sector 5 to Sector 4 to or no, I guess we could go. Yeah, no, we have to go through Sector 5, I think, to get to the other door, assuming we can. So, how do we want to get there the nicest way? I feel like we have to go Sector 3 to Sector 4. Sorry, Sector 3 to Sector 5 to Sector 4. No, I didn't grab it there, but I can grab it on my way through. Otherwise I'd be able. Yeah. You know what? I haven't been marking the door locks. 1 and 2 and 4. Sector 3 to Sector 5 to Sector 4, but we get 3 along the way. Oh, that's not 3. No, I need a specific section of Sector 4 that I have to access from Sector 5. Like, I can go through the front door of Sector 4, but the problem is that's not what I need. I'm looking for something else. Okay, we'll get the E-Tank while we're here, because why not? So you may be wondering why I'm doing this when I know the door is open, but I do sometimes like to just practice those jumps to make sure that I can get them. Like, the more often that I do the tech, the more reliable it is that I can do it when I actually need to. I think you have multiple ways of getting there without going through all of 5. Wait, what? How? How would diffusion help? In that sense, I think I'm just gonna do what I said I was gonna do, and then you can see why I can't do what you're. Freeze the power amps to get to the right side of data courtyard, which connects to lower 4. In Sector 4. Yeah, I'll go do what I was doing, and then, but like before I do that, I'm just gonna check and see if there's any way that I can get up here, because I can't remember if there was a yellow door or not. I know there's a red door here. But I just want to make sure that I'm doing everything that I can in this section. Because I might just find Varia. Well, there's the yellow door. I knew that there was a yellow door somewhere. I just couldn't remember where. Another E-Tank. Okay. Yellow door, red door. It's hot in here. E-Tank. Missiles. Can't go this way, have to leave the top way. I think we might have enough health to go all the way to the boss over here without dying. Maybe. Even with going into the section in the lava down here. Give me health. my god. Okay. That's even better. To find here? Because pretty much everything along the way, because we have screw attack, we'll just get health. So we can keep ourselves, like, decently fed. Yum, 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 yum. Look at that. See? Why? I was just not gonna lie. I've been waiting this whole time to run face first into a yellow door. But it would be my luck that it would actually just be the boss door that would be yellow. Rude. Go. Man, this guy takes forever to open his eyeball. Missile tank. Okay. Well, I was hoping that would be a Metroid. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about the fact that I have to turn off the fire. Also, Lady Shay, congrats on your watch streak. I don't know if I said that, but thank you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, goodness. Going down. Oh my gosh. Everything is trying to light me on fire. The game's like, become one with the fire. I've been playing Warframe lately. I say lately, like I've done it like recently, but like that's kind of like my off-stream non-rando sort of game. That's been kind of what I've been up to. It has been pretty fun. How do you like being set on fire, Saku? Says Saku. Says everything Saku ever set on fire. The really long list of things. Wow. I don't think it's that long. It's just a decently large amount. All right, we're gonna go. I suppose if you consider the list as everything, then technically only one item. Exactly. This boss over here, I do not like doing without high jump. We're getting so many E-tanks. Can I please get the goods? Sorry, I was looking at my tracker to see if I can figure out where I want to go next for like bosses. Heck. Okay, well, we're fired. No, I'm holding down. Oh, this whole holding down thing not working really sucks. It seems to be specifically holding down while facing this direction. It is Metroid, though, that ends up killing my controllers more than anything else. I don't think there's like any other game that is as aggressively rude to my controllers as Metroid games. Powerbomb tank. Heck. I'm trying to think of like what even is left in this sector. Just that. Oh, we have power bombs now, so we can do the other one too. Metroid as a whole is rather demanding on controllers. It sure is. That's what I was thinking. The other one is a soft lock, but it is possible that it has level security, like level 3 security locks, because that was yellow door. But what we can do, we'll save here. That's not the save point. And then we're gonna go, instead of going to go check level 3 locks there, we're gonna just go to the other place that I was going to, so I can see what you were talking about. All right, through here. Go, go, go. I'm holding left. Nope, apparently not. To be fair, it's not actually that difficult to get through this sector. Okay, so you're saying that I can get in here from down here? Oh, I can. For some reason, I thought there was a wall here, but the wall is just screw attack blocks. Ah. It's Sector 6 that has the wall there, not Sector 4. Got it. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. I think this room has soft locked me the most in the entire game. The amount of times that I come in here without bombs are... Oh my god, Varia! The amount of times I come in here without bombs and jump and then just get stuck in there because I forget that I can't get out is way too high. Well, well, well. Pump control is really good at soft locks, yeah. Ba ba ba. All right, Ceres, give me a baby Metroid. Or level 3 door locks. You know what? I was worried because I was like, oh no, what if that's a yellow door? Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Rude. 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 I was too slow. Why are you going over there so much? Give me goods. Oh, yo! One more infant Metroid is necessary. Let's go. Alright. We've done this one. We've done this one. So... No, we can go back the other way, so I can go down. Oh, wait, the pump. Yeah, the pump. No. The pump control is working. No. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah, I forgot that we had already removed the water. Please be nice. I guess we have to go the other way? No? Ah, here we go. Okay, missile tanks again. Bam, 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 bam. Wait, what? Did I get that already? Oh. Well, I'm a goof. Speed boosting down slopes takes longer to charge than up slopes for some reason. Odd. I wonder if it's like some sort of like traction thing. That's why. I gotta sneeze, but like it's not sneezing. Ba 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 ba. Oh, we can do diffusion missile thing over here. Hello? Thank you. Come on, please. Goodness gracious, there's so much junk. You know, I did a trick once where I had to like jump up here and like aim perfectly forward with like, oh heck, with ice beam because I didn't have wave beam and I got myself stuck in here because I thought I was clever, but I wasn't. Bow, 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 bow. Going down this way, there is a power bomb locked location that we skipped before. Ice beam can freeze POW amps horizontally. I don't know what POW amps are. Is it these things? Because they do kind of look like amps. Going this way. Yeah, that's the power amp. That makes sense. Going up. Oh, bam. All right, I'm pretty sure that is all of Sector 4, right? Everything? Yeah, we have full cleared Sector 4. So Sector 4 is done. Sector 2 needs yellow doors, I think. Sector 3, we can do one more thing in it. What else? We have Sector 1. Do we have anything in Sector 1 that we can do now? Ridley, maybe? Maybe we just go straight to Ridley. Me and my no charge beam and 20,000 super missiles. It'll be great. I ran right by it. We can't get through the gold guys, though, I don't think. Because I'm pretty sure the gold guys needs charge beams to fight them. I hope this isn't yellow doors. I hope this is red doors. Are we weak to screw attack? Oh, okay, good. Whew! I was worried. I'm also weak to screw attack. If somebody came barreling at me through the air like that, I would die on the spot. They wouldn't even need to actually hit me. I'd be like, oh, this is the end. Ah! Curse of lemon doors. Yeah. I can't go the opposite way. Because there's crumble blocks. Can't go down there because there's yellow doors. Can't go up there because there's yellow doors. Yeah. So then I guess we can't go Ridley this way, but we could probably go with Ridley through Sector 6 now. Now that we aren't gonna get absolutely shredded by what's its things? The blue goo. Doors permitting, yeah. Pretty sure we also have everything on main deck, right? Yeah. Main deck is done completely. Main deck is done. Sector 4 is done. Sector 2 needs level 3 door locks. Sector 3 is missing level 3 door locks. But also there is a couple of checks that we can get. There's the 2 up the long hallway on the right-hand side of Sector 3 that we could grab, but Sector 6 just seems like the better play, honestly. So Sector 6 into Sector 1 so that we can get rid of Box 2 and... Oh, you know what? I marked down Box 2, but I meant to mark down Box 1. But there is no Box 1 on the tracker. Except for the lab area? Oh, yeah, yeah. I always like attribute that to Sector 6 instead of Sector 1. Also, hi Daichi. I'm sorry that you flopped over. Oh, I keep trying to drink my water, but it's okay. We're drinking the water. I'm like almost out of water. I might need to grab some. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Ba, 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 ba. Box 3 isn't real. Yeah, see, this is what I thought had happened to Sector 4. This is what I thought. Yeah. Now I just have to hope that there's no yellow doors. Oh, wait, I have to go the other way. A stretch break isn't a bad thing if you haven't had one yet. I'm at the point where I'm like super sleepy. So if I get up, like, yeah. I don't think it's a good idea. I think that it's just better to finish this. Can't remember if it's here. Okay, it is. Yeah, I might flop over like Daichi did exactly. Center, center, left, right, center is a good rule of thumb. I feel like I did pretty darn good. So I can go around down... Oh, wait, no, because there's yellow doors down there, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Right, what do we got? Power bombs? Power bombs, okay. You know, honestly, I don't think I need them. I just need to find where my... oh, yuck. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about this boss fight here. Oh, God. Press the down button, you goof. There we go. We finally got one. Yo, have a good night, Camry. Shoot, 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 shoot. I can't get this down button thing figured out. I can't tell if it's the like controller or the like emulator. It only seems to be a problem from one particular angle. Like, if I'm facing this way, it's fine. I'm gonna die. Oh boy. Wow, what a perfect time for that to happen. Give me... Stop giving me missiles. I don't care about the missiles. Health, 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 health. Please give me Infant Metroid. Like, being able to just grab and suck up, like, multiple Jellos from the boss directly is really nice. Okay, the boss will give me basically most of the rest of my health back. Yeah. Yeah! There we go! We don't even need the rest. Enough Infant Metroids. Well, we need Charge Beam. So... we still need to find wherever that is. What happened? Where's the item? Huh? Excuse you. Whoa! I did not mean to fall all the way down. Oh, it's an E-tank. Okay. I don't know how to do this properly. Like, sometimes I get it first try, and then other times I spend 15 minutes here. Okay. It's a diffusion check? What? What do you mean? Oh, no. Oh my God, it is. Oh, I didn't even notice. Oh my God. Until I didn't even notice until you said that. Okay, yeah. Oh my God. No way! What? Oh my God. I can't believe that. Wow. I can't believe that. I'm so shocked. How many times have I played this game, chat? How many times have I speedrun this, like, randomizer, and just nothing? And I sat there and complained about it so much. At least once. I felt the same way when my brain finally pieced it together. Okay. Okay. So... is there a hint here? I think there is. Ah, this tells me where my last input Metroid is. Well, I don't... oh. It tells me where all of them is. Man, that would have been really funny, though, if that was yellow door locked. I actually... wait, who's that? No! Oh my God! Really? What? It would have been funny if it was yellow door locked. Immediately. Oh my God. Rude. Oh, goodness. Oh, it's got the music. No, 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 I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I don't have the charge beam. All right. Do we have... I don't think, no, it says we have 5 out of 5. I think I saved afterwards, thankfully. Yeah, I saved afterwards. So it only loses what you haven't saved up to. And because I saved in the room immediately after Xbox 2, yeah, it worked. Wow, what a rude game. Okay, so we're going to Sector 3, and there's like 2 checks over there. I think Sector 5 also has 2 checks. Ah, no. Sector 5 has a lot of checks, actually. The question is it locked by yellow doors? No, because the bottom is open. Okay, no. We're going to Sector 5 because there's a whole lot there. And then if we don't find anything there, there's a couple of checks in upper Sector 5 and then a couple of checks in lower Sector 3 on right side. So one of these has to have it. Sector 5 is yellow for the frozen areas. But that's only from Sector 3, right? Is it both sides? Oh, shoot. Okay. So then maybe we go Sector 3 first, do those checks, and then come back up and do Sector 5. The area up north of, Nightmare. Sector 5 is yellow and vanilla. Yep. Where is my Varia checks that I skipped besides those? Okay, let me look here. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and do these checks at the bottom here. I just tried to use my down button, but I messed up, so it doesn't matter. Imagine right here. Yellow door locks. Or charge. No, it can't be charge beam. What? Well, I guess I'm losing ice beam. You know what, actually? Yeah, I think that overwrote my save by warping back. Yeah, ice beam and we can't even keep it. I'm sad. Warps don't override saves? Okay. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna quickly reset. Soft reset. Katsa! Yo, thank you so much for the raid! How'd your Llama Lana go? Work raid! Welcome in. Also welcome in Dova and Daichi and Rank 1 and hopefully is Nakor, or is it or do you want to be called Oranges? Streamer called me out. I always try to. I'm not always the best at doing it though, but I do try every time. Okay, so we can't go that way. So the way that we have to go about doing it is... How did we get there before? I guess we go up. And around. Like through here. I think this is how we got there. Beep 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 beep. Gonna give up on the steed? Oh no! 4 hours with no weapons leading to a baffling mix of what is even progression? What even is progression? Oh no. That sounds like heck. Oh, thank God. I was worried that might be like another yellow door. Yellow, yellow, yellow. That's not yellow. That was an E-tank. Where's my yellow door locks? Hello? So it's not there. It's because that's Ice Beam. There's a check outside Nightmare still. Oh yeah, there's two. There's actually 2 checks outside Nightmare. Okay, I'm gonna need you to... Yes. Oh my goodness. So, is that... I feel like that has to then be it. Besides that, I don't know what else it could be. Also, I really love the fluidity of the movement in Metroid games. I know that like Castlevania games are good too, but like there's just something when you're moving fast, you have speed booster going and everything else all, and you're just like flying by. Gosh, it feels good when you get that like the right angle, the right speed, the right everything. It's just like, yeah. Games with great movement tech are super fun for me. That's why I gravitated so hard to Strand Hunter on Destiny 2. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so, and then we completed Sector 4. As well, like, Sector 4 is done. Main deck is done. 3 is all done. So I'm pretty sure it has to be the 2 checks above Nightmare in Sector 5, which means we have to go through Sector 3. There, don't we? Yeah. I left Sector 3, but I forgot that we can't go in the normal way because of the yellow doors. Hopefully I saved, because I don't remember. I need to add a can of peaches to my grocery list. I know that this is like completely out of the blue, but somebody mentioned peaches earlier, and I thought about trying to make a peach sorbet. So there is a reason why with my ice cream machine. Is Bowser singing? Beaches, 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 beaches. Oh wait, yeah, there's that other one up there too that I did see. I forgot that I had seen it already. Wait, did I see that it was yellow? Because I'm gonna feel real stupid if this has been yellow the whole time. Okay, good. So, the one check that I tried to do and couldn't because it was, what's it called? Power bomb, and it's a butts check if you don't have power bombs. Last location, Sector 3 keycard. What a game. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, we're going to Sector 2 to find my charge beam, and then we're leaving. So, Sector 2 doesn't have a lot of things that we can actually do in it, thankfully. We just have to check either... Wait. There's like... one? How many checks are even in there in Sector 2? It's not even that many. It's just the one left-hand side, isn't it? The one on the left-hand side? And then the two up at the top door? Because that's going to be really funny if it's just like, yeah. When is a better game? Tomorrow? Or, what are you talking about? There's no better game than Fusion. Also, hey JRP, I hope you're doing well. I broke my controller. I can't press down if I was holding right. I don't know why, but like, yeah. If I'm holding left and then I press down, it's fine. But if I press right and I press down, it does not work. Controller hacked. That's a JRP way. Yep. I figured I had to tell, as a fellow Metroid gamer, you would understand all about breaking controllers for Metroid games. Wow. I can't believe that was just right there, but I had to get yellow doors. I just want to see what's over here. I don't even think it would be anything the worst. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't want to be in here. Infamous saw the word and was like, hey, that's mine. Hey, it's your favorite room? Don't even think about it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that the sector or level 3 door locks was my last item that I had no idea where it was. Excuse me, I just got heckin' rammed into the door here by this bee. Can we trademark Scuff for Sakura? Yes. But I already trademarked soon, so I don't know. All right, let's go get the ice beam. Do I really need ice beam? No. I don't know. I think I might leave ice beam alone. I don't want to go over there. I want to just beat the game. Trademarking the letter E is mine now. E, TM. Like E-Tank. Will I get killed by Omega Metroid? Will he be super aggressive? Probably. What I need is a tutorial on how to make Pogo, happen. I know that, I know what the concept is, but I never get the timing on it, so I just, on how to get over, like when to jump, when, whatever. I need tutorial on Pogo. Did I save? I hope so, because we're probably gonna die. It's not even the boss here that's gonna heck us. It's gonna be the other guy. Right, we have everything equipped. Yeah, except for Ice Beam. You can save on Obstac. Oh yeah, I guess I always forget that. I mean, I don't need to save here until after the SAX fight. It's Omega Metroid that I have the problem with. It just, you know, now it's gonna take like 10,000 years because I don't have Ice Beam. I mean, I don't think it's actually that bad, or that it makes that much of a difference, but I could be wrong. Oh, hey, we're already done. Goes me. Three. Four. Ouch. Five. One more. Goodbye. See? SAX is fine. Omega Metroid eats my face for breakfast. He's like, death to Saku. This is an old version, so I don't even know if this one has music or not. I don't remember.
Propulsion sequence activated.
Nope.
Planet 388.
Old, got no music.
Destination planet SR 3.
It's night, so it has to eat it for dinner. You can say the Omega Metroid is a drain on one's energy. Oh, you did Omega Metroid with half the E-Tanks on your first Fusion playthrough? I mean, I've gotten a lot better at it recently, but also at the same point, my D-pad has not been happy with me at the moment, so this could be a bit of a problem. I could be a bit of a problem. There's a dude here. Jump back. I just have to remember that I don't have ice beams, so that the hits are gonna take, like, it's gonna take more hits, so I have to be careful. No. Go away. Go away. Ah! Go away. Wow, he's being so nice to me today. Oh my god. I got greedy. I got greedy again. It's fine. I got him. I got him. I got him. Ah! Wow. No damage. Would you look at that? First try. EZPZ. Let's go. Let's go. GG. Yeah. I got greedy. She says clearing the fight damage list. Yeah, even though I cleared the fight damage list, the thing is I definitely pushed my luck, right? Like, yeah. Final boss, no damage, first try, EZPZ. Nicely done. We're definitely not getting a fancy picture because, you know, door lock rando basically makes it so that I'm always gonna be, yeah. You've gotten so much better than when you first started on the final boss. Yeah, I feel like I have. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna be playing this Saturday night on this channel. We're gonna get raid. So I'm gonna be live probably before the thing ends, like before the what's it called? The rando before mine ends. So it's like a marathon, and then I'll be live, and I'm just gonna be waiting. Chatting with you all until they finish their run, and once the person before me finishes their run, then they're rating my channel, and then I'm the finale. So yeah, Rando for Nepal. Yep, Randomizer for Good is the channel that will be on before mine, and then it'll be, yeah, you're really good company, well worth the follow. I'd give 2 if I could. You're a sweetheart. Thank you, Radley. Oh my god. I'm not always a VTuber. Half VTuber, half camera stream. Yeah. Yeah, this is about what I expected. Clear time 240. Collection rate 83%. Like, a lot of the remaining percent was just locked behind yellow doors. So what is it, like, all of the Sector 5 frozen area? And then 1 check in Sector 3? No, yes, 1 check in, no, yeah, because it was Ice Beam, yeah. We got everything in main deck, we got everything in Sector 4, we got everything in Sector 2? No. There was 1 check in Sector 2 that was locked by yellow doors. Was there any check in Sector 1 that was locked? Oh yeah, all of Ridley area. So there's the 3 checks down there. Yeah, that makes it, that's pretty accurate. I'd never mark down that I got these two because I'm really bad at tracking things myself. While I'm trying to go fast. But yeah, thank you so much for watching me de-rust. I'm gonna need better notes for when I do the rando, but I'm also gonna be relying on my co-host during the day to be reminding me what the door locks are. Infamous is gonna have to take better notes than me while I'm explaining the game. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for hanging out. Normally I'd play a little bit longer, but I'm super tired and I haven't eaten, so I'm hungry on top of it. So if you haven't joined the Discord, you should. Discord is where I hang out all the time. And, you know, we chat in there about video games, about music, about board games and books and other things like that. So if you would like, it would help me a lot if you gave the channel a follow or a YouTube sub if you're watching on YouTube. Or if you're not watching on YouTube, you know, and you're watching on Twitch, maybe also subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want, because I put up highlight videos and other cool things on there from like the best moments of stream, which are most of the time me going crazy or saying something that's like hashtag phrasing. All right. I am going to send you all to... Can confirm highlight reel is hilarious. Get good rest, get good foods, get good drinks. Oh yeah. I'm going to eat and then I'm gonna sleep. And I'm probably gonna sleep for like 12 hours. We also do archipelago randos in the Discord. So if you're interested in stuff like that, then make sure you give yourself the AP multi-world role. We don't do pings in the Discord unless you sign up for a pingable role. And those are things like the archipelago multi-world role or other things like that. So if you want to turn on notifications for only like pingable roles, then you'll only be pinged for when you're actually interested in playing. Yeah, you're actually interested in playing the randos and stuff. But yeah, thank you so much. Yes, if you're not a subscriber, when we raid, just spam your favorite heart or love emote. That is that is the best, because we want to share the love. And we're going to send the love over to Minty, who is doing first playthrough of Majority